Oh, well, hit it. You got to hit the intro.
I'm going to hang on, everybody. We're going to get out Lachlan's outstanding intro that he absolutely fucking hates. Yes, this is him on harmonica. You hate it. You said you hate it.
I don't hate it.
No.
Keeps reminding me that I got to practice.
Hi, everybody. Starving. I'm eating pretzels. Is there a more readily available snack to someone who doesn't give a shit about snacks any more than pretzels? Like, you just grab like 10 pretzels, maybe a couple handfuls, and just eat it.
I'm a nut guy. I like nuts.
I know, I've heard.
You know what I bought?
D's?
No, I bought macadamia nuts.
I've been dying to make a D's nuts joke for like a month, so thank you. D's? Buy D's nuts? Macadamias, yeah. You notice how fucking expensive nuts are now, too? That's why I'm eating pretzels. Like a bag of macadamia nuts, like $30,000.
I bought a bag at Costco. It was like $25 for like a bag, like like you buy a big bag of snacks or whatever, like those.
Yeah, I get it.
Like a big bag of M&Ms or whatever. It was at that size.
Yeah.
And you know what? I've always avoided it because I don't, like the pistachios are, which I also really like. They're like
they're a superfood. You're talking about like superfoods now.
$15 or something like that.
Yeah, expensive. Anyway, nice to see you. Lachlan Cross, 957 Cruise FM in Edmonton. He's having a coffee. I'm having a coffee. I got pretzels. I'm having pretzels too. We got a busy show today. We're going to talk a little bit about wood in a couple minutes. We're going to talk a little bit about a few different things, but today's a busy day, and not often have we had a twofer with Caryma during the week, but she's back as well. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to the show, Caryma Saad, lawyer, activist, sadvocacy.com.
I just saw you on public transit.
Yeah.
Yes, I try to be environmentally sound and responsible.
Yeah, she takes public transit everywhere. Like every time she loads that scooter, her and her camera guy load the scooters onto public transit.
Oh yeah,
they go to like a crazy person parade every weekend on public transit.
Can you take the scooter on to public transit?
You can take it on the GO train. You can take it on the subway. On the subway is sort of space dependent. Via rail is the electric scooters. So if we travel by train, there's no scooter.
No scooter? You can't take a scooter on the train? You can take it like only on some trains? Because you load your scooter everywhere. Like you take it.
No, I know, but via rail specifically won't allow it. But I mean, I hope GO train is fine. I don't know. I just do it.
Does your scooter fold down? Like,
yes,
because my handlebars. What's that?
Oh, here we go. We're getting into scooter talk. I like it. Yeah, two scooter people talking scooters. Go ahead. We want to talk about scooters.
So you suck on that.
Yeah.
I have an electric one. Is yours electric, Caryma?
Yes, it is.
I love my scooter.
Aren't they so much fun?
They are.
Mm-hmm.
So much.
Way to go, hippies. You both have scooters. I have a car that uses gas. Lots of gas. I love all the gas that I use in my car. I am not climate friendly when it comes to getting from A to B in and around my neighborhood. But Caryma doesn't drive. So she takes a scooter, scoots around, takes public transit everywhere. She's one of those people like, I have not taken a public transit anything. And I'm not kidding you. In the city of Toronto, which you need public transit to get around.
Come on.
Once.
No.
I haven't been on a subway. I haven't been on a train.
No.
I haven't been on a fucking bus. Not once. TTC.
No.
Never once. Never once have I been on the subway. GO train, bus, nothing. So
no way. 100%. Are you kidding me?
No,
that's
100%.
Wild.
Every time I've been to Toronto, we take the subway. Like we get around. Like that's all we do. My daughter lives down there.
How's your Ebola? Great. You like Ebola?
All right. Yeah.
You like riding a sidecar with a rat? Not interested.
How's your douchiness?
Good. Intact. Anyway, speaking of douchiness, we had a bunch of douchebags show up to 77 different cities, apparently across Canada today. Caryma joins us to kind of talk about it.
Yeah.
It was kind of under the radar. Hey, Caryma, like the whole thing that happened, the million, what is it called? The million million march for kids that have nothing to do with us, but we'd like to talk about their sexuality. Is that the name of this parade today? Was that it? Oh, we're losing her. We're losing her. Caryma, can you just log out and come back in? But use Chrome and not Safari. She'll be back. She was out at this thing. I don't know if you've heard it. It's called the 1 Million March for Kids.
Yeah,
Did you talk about it today on the show?
No, because I don't.
You're done?
I don't want to give these people any amount of airtime. I
Which
think
people?
that the people that are in this, that are out protesting, I don't think they deserve it. And again, I mean, you're allowed to have your own opinions. It's not mine. And I think I worry we're getting dumber.
You worry we're getting dumber? You worry that we are dumber or that we are getting dumber?
We're getting dumber.
Yeah, that's 100% a fact. We are getting dumber. And we're getting dumber for a number of reasons. This would be one of them. It's called the 1 Million March for Kids, largely organized by a couple of people.
The convoy people, right?
The convoy people and a few other people they roped in. Listen, this was a religious exercise, okay?
Yeah.
I'll show you who the gentleman was that organized it. Now, the whole idea behind this protest was that a whole bunch of people, very heavily Christian lobby groups, very heavily Muslim lobby groups, and the most extreme versions of both of those religions, which I know lots of Muslims that don't feel like this. I know lots of Christians that don't feel like this. So let's just make that separation. These are the worst of these religions, the zealots, if you will, the fuck jobs. Anyway.
And in every group, there's always going to be an extreme point of view, and there's going to be a faction of that society that gravitates towards that. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
So again,
it's a great point.
Yeah,
it's a great point. And you can't almost have to, like today, you almost have to preface everything with the idea that that the people that are representing what is going on for a larger group are the most extreme versions of that representation, right? You know,
yes.
it exists in every community. White people have it. They're called white trash, right? They're called racists. That's what we call them. You know, it exists in the trans community. There's extremists in the trans community, extremists in the white community, extremists in the black community, extremists in the Chinese community, extremists in the Indian community,
and quite
everywhere,
often,
right?
And quite often what ends up happening is that group will taint the message of the entire group.
The whole group. Right, exactly. So in this case, you've got Christians and Muslims and lobby groups supporting each one of those that have these extremely baked in ideological ideas that say effectively, we don't want anybody teaching our children anything about gender ideology. Because in the Muslim faith and in the Christian faith, they have extreme views about people who are born gay basically being satanic mutants that deserve to die. And that includes their kids. And therefore, you know, there's an open dialogue between children and it's ridiculous. Children and their teachers, and has been for a long time for this very reason. And I want to get to Caryma. Can you hear me, Caryma? Yeah? No? No, she can't. She's got to log in somehow. I can't figure it out. She can't log in. Anyway, she's at a McDonald's.
She's live.
She's live. Yeah, she's on the street, if you will. And we've got some audio and video to play.
She's our beat reporter today.
Yeah, she really is. Not bad, when your beat reporter's like the beat reporter in the country. It's the best.
Yeah.
So anyway, these guys have found each other. Christians, Muslims, the extreme versions of both of these ideologies have found each other, obviously through convoy and a bunch of other stuff, because they say no to every law of man. And the law of the land is, if your child says they're concerned about their sexuality, maybe trans, maybe gay, that they have the ability, the freedom to go to a teacher and say, hey, listen, I want to talk to you about how I feel. But it's not just about their sexuality. There's a direct pipeline. Children have rights that sit outside the rights of the parent that the parent wants for the child. That's why kids get taken away from abusive parents, because the child's rights are more important than the parent's rights, if indeed the parent is doing something untoward. So effectively, you've got two mainstream religions and the extreme versions of both that have put on this march protest across Canada, which fizzled like fuck, by the way. It was just a joke today.
Oh, was it? Oh, good, because I tried
Yeah,
not to pay attention to it because I just thought
there is some stuff, but not very much.
Yeah.
Get together to do a protest, and of course, the counter protesters came out. And in this case, the counter protesters are people who support LGBTQ SIA communities, people or two LGBTQ, two SLG. Listen, I love you. All of them, all of the letters and the words and the numbers. Good for you. I'm happy for you.
I've stopped attempting to try to say it out loud.
Yeah, the LGBTQ community is what I'll say, right? It kind of
there's a plus in there. There's a plus in there too, I think.
That's like for everybody. There's a two-spirit thing in there.
Okay.
I'm like, I haven't even figured that one out yet. I just think if people want to be people and they want to identify as a man or a woman and want to do whatever they want with their junk, hey, more power to you. Love you. I do the same.
Yeah.
So I don't really put too much thought into it, and nor does it require thought. And that's the part that I fucking don't understand. Is that we had a parade of people today literally running around the country, a bunch of different cities with picket signs saying, keep your hands off my kids. And that is in legitimate response, Loc, to health class for elementary school students where they learn about gender ideology.
Sex education,
Yeah. So these parents that come from religious homes, they're like, fuck you. You can't teach my kid about that, because if you teach my kid about trans, gay, non-binary, anything, and my kid starts wondering about his or her sexuality, that means you got a problem with me. So keep your hands off my kids. And the signs are everywhere, right?
It makes sense, Dean, because I think if they have more protests, we will probably get rid of gay culture completely.
Yeah. That's what they want to do.
It will completely abolish it. And I also feel like if we stop teaching kids about sexuality
they'll
at
be
any
so much
grade,
better informed.
Well, and there's a good chance that sexuality will go away completely if we stop teaching it.
Yeah.
Like I can't see I can't see I can't see where they're going wrong here at all. Keep up the protests.
And you know what's funny is that...
And you know what else is going to happen? Everyone's going to join you in your fight against this. That's the other thing, because it makes so much sense. That's why I think the conversation just needs to end.
I don't. I'm only getting into it now. Like now I'm into the conversation because we've roped religion into this bad boy, so I'm all over it, right?
Oh yeah, See, again, I can I say this?
You say whatever you want.
I have a real problem with religion, and every time I say it, I always mean to say, and follow it up with, I don't have an issue with faith. I believe people need something to believe in, and that could be anything. That could be Buddhist. That could be, Sky Daddy. It could be, I don't care what it is. My issue with religion is that it always sort of takes people's eye off the ball, in my opinion, for what faith is good for. I think religion is
a joke.
I've said it before. I think it can be very damaging to a society.
It's a nightmare. All religion, man-made religion, is a nightmare. No one should follow it.
I don't know if it's a nightmare. I think there are examples
of the 21st century. It's a disease. All man-made religions.
I've met religious people that have a very strong opinion about the disintegration of religion and what it's done. Right. And they choose to believe in whatever they believe in, and maybe they don't go to a church, but they have faith in something, and they don't push it on their coworkers or their family or whatever.
So this is the opposite of that.
This is the opposite of that, and I think that's the problem here, and that's where I take issue with it. But
I mean, going from taking issue to understanding this, right? Let's get to some videos and let's get to some pictures. These are the people that are showing up to these rallies. You get the cops. This is in Pickering, Durham today, Whitby. These are people, obviously all different shapes and sizes. A bunch of people in hijabs, a bunch of people with crosses. Jesus Christ was very well represented today as well. Then you had a bunch of ladies that had no skin in the game, really upset that to drive, you have to be 16, to smoke, you have to be 19, to drink, you have to be 19, to get a tattoo, you have to be 19. But apparently you can cut body organs and have a sex change at the age of 4. Again, that is mental illness and total fucking weirdness, and a lady in jorts should have been your first clue. So there's
that a thing, though?
No. 4-year-olds are not getting sex changes. No.
Okay. All right.
You cannot get a sex change in Canada under the age of 18. And if you do, you have to have this incredible amount of permission. And then you also have to go through a series, like literally a flight of counseling, a full psychological assessment to make sure that you are sure. Because doing that is very important.
I don't know what the process is.
That is the process. If you're under the age of 18 in this country, let me explain this to you. No one gets propagandized at school. Teachers aren't going up to kids under the age of 18 going, hey, listen, if you feel like a man and you're in a woman's body, you can have someone make you a wiener. No one's doing that. No one's doing that. 8-year-olds are not having their junk cut off. 4-year-olds are not being mutilated. None of that's happening. Okay. These are these flighty examples, these crazy fuck job Christian, religious, Muslim, extremist assholes like to bring up just to make you go, ooh, that sounds bad. Because mutilating a child sounds terrible, does it not? Everybody can get behind that. And so it's just the commonality of the argument and the actual narrative. But that's what they're doing, right? And so but that's not what this is about. It was never really about this, which I find fascinating at the same time. This is again from Caryma. These are people, a couple Bible verses here. Protect our children from sexual indoctrination, sexual ideology, no, cultural Marxism dressed up as the queer agenda. Anything you can get. How many times can you get queer and Marxism and fucking communism in the same placard? Good for you. Way to go. You're really good with a marker. Having said all this, today's parade was a popcorn fart, if you will. Wasn't a lot of violence. Didn't see a lot of stuff happening.
Well, that's good.
But we did see, and I'm going to show you, this is the first video Caryma put out today, people showing up to the Whitby rally, the 1 million March for Children, which had no children at it, by the way. It's pretty fucking standard for both sides of this craziness. These are two guys that showed up to protest for or against the sexual and rights of a child, or the identification process of a child. These are two guys that don't have kids showing up to the rally, almost getting in a scrap. This is a lot of fun, guy. A lot of fun. Here we go.
So you're locked up in the 15-minute city, baby. Wait till you're locked up.
That guy grabs that guy's flag. Here we go.
Let go of it, sir. What are you gonna do?
Turn your flag the other way. Don't forget.
There you go. And you know the thing about this, Loc, that makes me laugh when I look at it and when I watch these videos are people on either side of the street or the same side of the street that have shown up to protest something that has nothing to do with them, just the possible sexuality of some other kid's child or some other woman's child or some other adult's child. And that's why all these people are here. They showed up across the city, across the country today in droves.
Sorry, can I just get a comment? That guy just grabbed your flag, is that what happened?
Yeah.
And then he tried to intimidate you?
Well, I told him hands off my flag, and then he mocked me and said, "What are you gonna do? Walk away."
Who see their children are confused.
I'm not intimidated.
Yeah.
Professional help.
No.
Some quality, folks.
Have you read the book? It's called Genderqueer. Sir, why are your hands shaking? Why are you shaking? What about this?
Dude, are you looking at this? Are you as tired of this as I am?
Yeah. Because it's not productive.
It's not even not productive. It's like, it's awful. It's terrible. It's mean. It's dumb. Like every person there is dumb. Every single person. They're all showing up to protest. I go back to this all the time. Like, who spends their Wednesday making picket signs to talk about whether or not children should be allowed to talk to their teacher about their sexuality when they don't have any kids or skin in the game?
I think a lot of people feel like that a culture has been created that is encouraging kids to explore something other than they are, and I think that scares people. And I think a lot of the issues stem from, like, if you step outside of religion.
Yeah.
I think a lot of issues stem from a lack of understanding of where we are as a culture, and that kids are the kids are getting to a point where they're way more comfortable being themselves, and there's less judgment at that level. So I think what we're dealing with here is we're dealing with a group of people that they can't deal with the changes in society, and maybe the good thing is, and the way to focus on this and maybe turn this into a positive, is that I noticed it when my kids were growing up. Like when I was a kid in a small town, nobody came out. It would never have happened. And there were obviously gay men and women we went to school with, right?
Yep.
It guaranteed there were. You and me both. It just never happened. And it was not uncommon in my daughter's grades where kids were openly gay, and they had no one had a problem with them being that way, and no one judged them, and they were comfortable. They were able to go to school without getting beat up every day, or whatever would have happened if it would have been something, that happened back in, 1986 when I was 16. So I think the progression is there. I think we are getting better. I just think there's factions of the world that we live in that are not comfortable with that change, and that's unfortunate.
What change?
Right.
Not comfortable with what change?
The change that it's becoming more acceptable with the younger age group,
gay?
Right? Yeah, to be yourself, not even gay. It doesn't even matter. I don't care who you are. I think that's where this is stemming from.
Keep in mind, and I think that this needs to be said. We're talking about maybe several 100,000, maybe 1 million people across this country that share the thought process, right? That their children, this is the other part of this, should not be allowed to talk to the teacher about things going on at home.
I think these are specifics.
Well, I want to get to that in a second because it ties in, right? That is what I believe when I talk to parents that think that children should not be taught about gender identity or not be opened up to gender identity possibilities, because they're going to walk around and they're going to see someone with whiskers transitioning as a woman. You're going to walk around and see a woman with boobs transitioning as a man. So the education piece is important. These parents believe that they should be the ones that teach their kids about that in their time, right? Is that a legitimate argument? I don't believe it is, unless those parents are, gender experts or have a fucking degree in teaching health and reproductive health. That is why we send our kids to school, to learn about gender, reproductive organs, math, how to play a fucking recorder, language arts.
But I don't know how you get everybody on the same page on this.
Well, but the thing is that they don't need to be on the same page. That is common sense. But so these parents are saying we don't want our kids learning about any of that because it's going to make them question their sexuality. And if they question their sexuality, then I got a lot of fucking explaining to do at the mosque and the church, like a lot. And I don't want that because I believe in my scripture that says it's of the devil. So there's that part of it. But the interesting part is this, and I came from a Christian home, so I can tell you that this is true. The interesting part is this, is that there is a lot of abuse in those homes. A lot. Physical, emotional. Like that, don't spare the rod. That's in the Quran. That is in the Bible. That is what the Orthodox hardcore religies from Abrahamic faiths do. They believe you should spank your kids or worse, right? They also believe in both of those books, the Quran and the Bible, that being gay is a sin. And in the Quran, it says you're supposed to throw them off the top of mountains. So imagine coming home, finding out from your teacher that your child might be trans, gay, non-binary, or having questions or is confused about their sexuality, right? This happens all the time. Well, what happens in those homes? Abuse is rampant. Where does most abuse come from? 90% of child abuse comes from the home. From the home.
Yeah.
Okay. So where's the outlet? The outlet's supposed to be at school, where you go and talk to these children, and these children can go and talk to a teacher, and that teacher can then take them to a counselor. That teacher can then call Children's Aid. What these parents I find fascinating are also doing by wrapping this whole thing up into this, satanic propaganda, keep your hands off my kids bullshit. What they're really saying is, I don't want my kids talking about anything that goes on behind the walls of this house. So, and I definitely don't want them outing me to their teacher. And we need to take control of this. And so I want to be the one. And
but I also think that they think that the schools and these programs are making the kids gay.
Oh, totally. Well, again, that speaks to the stupidity of this group. To believe in any Sky Daddy, you have to be a fucking moron. So of course those morons are going to go, if my son hears that he can wear a dress, what are the chances he gets like some sweet nail polish and a nice to-do? Like, seriously, that's like no word of a lie. You're not wrong. Yeah. You're not wrong. But I find that to be the most important aspect of what we're seeing. I mean, at least just tell us, right? Well, we don't believe in being gay, so we want our kids out of the school. And the best part of this, Loc, all these parents can get their kids to you can opt out of the sexual education portion of this if you want.
But
in school in Canada, you can opt out of gender studies. You can tell your kid, and he's allowed.
Yeah,
you can't opt out of fucking math and science.
That's what I was.
Whatever.
That's what I was going to say. Don't you have a choice? I think there is that option. I think. Yeah. I mean, and if you go to a Catholic school here in Edmonton, you're not going to go to the dinosaur park on a
field trip.
So
I wonder that. I wonder how the religious feel about the Terrell Museum of Paleontology.
One of the promo kids was driving us up to an event a couple of weeks ago, and I'm like, and he didn't know where Gibbons was, which is where the golf course was, and I'm like, dude, how long? Because I kind of knew this kid had was born and bred here, and he goes, I've been here my whole life. And I'm like, how old are you? I'm 31. And I'm like, you're 31 and you've never been to Gibbons? He goes, no, I don't even know where it is. I'm like, wow. And then and then I realized that we're driving past the Jurassic, it's called Jurassic Park. Yeah, so it's a park that the kids go to, and there's dinosaurs and all that. And it's packed all summer long. And I'm like, you never went? I go, where did you go to school? You didn't go on a field trip to he goes, no, Catholic school. And I went, oh yeah. They're not going to send you to the
years old
park.
Yeah, dude. That's the thing that nobody wants to talk about. And the fucking crazy part is that I have no problem, as you know, talking about religion and the effect that it has on people, kids. I lived it. But it's amazing how many people don't want to talk about that aspect of this. They want to keep it in the arena of, well, I'm just in charge of my kid. I just want to enslave my kid's mouth and mind. That's all I want to do, so that nobody can find out how bad I'm beating him at home or her at home. That's what happens in those homes. It is fucking systemic. It is wide ranging. Yep. And in religious homes, abuse is 10 times more prevalent than it is in secular homes. And that much I know.
Is that true?
Fact. Look it up. 90%. More than 90% of abuses happen in the home, and that number skyrockets. That number skyrockets in religious homes where orthodoxy and extremism is available, where people believe that the most important thing to them is God and going to heaven or going to Allah and Nirvana, whatever the situation is. So they're like, hey, fuck, we don't mind beating the shit out of our kids. It's what we do. And we also don't mind, if my kid tells me he's gay, he's out of the house. Dude, how many stories like that have you heard? Right?
Yeah. Well, and
seriously, how many stories have you heard about religious people who had to flee their home?
Yeah.
Because they had a crisis of sexuality.
Well, and I know I worked with when I got into the radio business, I went to school for a couple years in Vancouver. So I did the bartender and the waiter thing, right? Because it was off hours, and so I could go to school during the day and then make a little bit of money to help pay my way through school. And in Vancouver, there is a very there's a concentrated population of the gay community, right? And they are they're waiters and they're doormen and the service industry, right? So I came from a small town, and then I moved to Vancouver, and then I met a bunch of men and women that were in the service industry that were gay, and a lot of them had been they left their homes and fled. They fled these small towns and these religious homes. I mean, it was a handful of people that I met that told me stories, but it was enough to go, why? Really, wow.
Do you know why they fled
they
those
weren't
homes?
accepted at home, right?
Because from a very tender age, those people were abused. Those children, adults, were abused as children by their parents for feeling as they are, for being who they are. And so their parents don't accept them because they think they're flawed people. They think they believe it is a sin. They believe being gay is of the devil in both the Muslim faith and the Christian faith. And you can sit there and, dude, and here's the thing, is I spent a lot of time baking in that fucked up religion of evangelical Christianity. I spent a lot of fucking time in there.
Yeah, I
grew up in it. Brothers are reverend. I have these intense apologetic and policy conversations with my family. We all accept and we love each other. But I grew up in this. I have firsthand knowledge of this. I know people who were sent away by their parents for being gay.
Yeah.
And it didn't end well for one of them. And I'm not going to get into it. That is why I have insight that nobody else has, is because this is what happens. Do you know how many of my friends had to flee their house for being gay?
Or they...
Three. Well, one moved out, moved in with his friend. One went to military school, ended up dying the next year at his own hands. And the other guy, no idea where he went, no idea what happened. And you know, it's fascinating because you've got so many people out here on Twitter, where I'll point this out and they'll say, you don't know what you're talking about. Really? I grew up in that shit. I know exactly what I'm talking about. I know that the evangelical Christian faith and the extreme Muslim faith tells you that your child is a fucking aberration if they have a sexual crisis on their hands according to their identity. You just need to get him re-educated. That is why they do transition training. Think about that.
Wrap that head around it. Like, and I heard somebody not too long ago turn the tables on it, right? Like, imagine if the world believed that a man and a man needed to be together, and a woman and that was the norm, that was the religious norm, and that you, as a heterosexual person who was attracted to the opposite sex, were ostracized and you had to hide it from people. Like that I thought that was an interesting sort of perspective to take on it, right? Because at some point we just decided that this is how things are and this is what you're supposed to do. And I get procreation and all that. I understand that. But just imagine if it was the complete opposite and that you had to live your life, right? I am not attracted to men at all. I am attracted to my wife. But imagine if that was something that wasn't allowed, that society said you're backwards for thinking that way, and then you had to try to fit into the rest of the world. It would be very difficult. And that's what these people have gone through, right? They've gone through this their whole lives. It's no wonder that they try to escape these small towns and these religious homes and these organizations that tell them that they're everything in their being is saying, I'm attracted to this. This is what I like.
This is what I like.
But some guy in a fucking wrote it down in a book 5,000, 6,000 years ago and decided that this is wrong?
Yeah.
How long?
Yeah, 2000.
Okay, all right.
Bible. Well, actually, the current Bible, King James Version, has been around since 1611. So
I would have way more faith than if it was 6,000 years old.
Yeah, I know. I'd believe it if it was more than 6,500 years old.
Can I do my little thing about how I saved the world?
You bring up a great point. Yeah, we can. I just want to wrap this up because we're moving on from this subject, correct?
Yeah.
All right.
We're going to talk about a guy with a huge penis.
Yeah.
Next.
Which will be fun.
Okay.
So listen,
I can't wait to find your transition here.
I didn't say I'd do a segue. I just wanted to put a bullet in this last topic of conversation when it comes to how religion is being militarized with politics and politicians. And I'll be real fast. None of this is possible without the Conservative Party of Canada and the PPC. None of it. That Conservative Party of Canada is literally run by religious zealots. Stephen Harper is a religious fucking zealot to the point of terrorizing this country. And he is behind this fucking parade. And the IDU.
You've done a lot of work on this pod. On your podcast network to highlight that too. People should go back and look. If they did a search on Crier Media, what are they looking for?
IDU,
and James has done a bunch of work on this. Blackballed. Those are really very interesting podcast.
That is the conservative nexus for a whole bunch of the IDU is in Calgary. It's owned by Stephen Harper, run by Stephen Harper, and his lawyer named Gerald Shapur, who works for the Plymouth Brethren Christian Church, which is a definite cult. And they not only gave the convoy the gas it needed to exist, but they helped organize it. They called people from around the world to coordinate a media effort. And that is who this is owned by. That is who is putting this on. And it's no coincidence. You had Muslims and you had Christians, the extremes of both, showing up to this thing when we're talking about Stephen Harper and Narendra Modi, who's the leader of India, being best friends. And if you remember this week, we had India commit an honor killing here in Canada on Canadian soil, which has caused a major fucking stir. So
that's insane.
You people need to be putting. Did you hear that story? Did you hear that story?
I haven't heard what the proof is, but I've heard that, Justin Trudeau talked about it. And I know how the guy was killed. He was literally walking on the street
in front of church.
Yeah, he was coming out of the mosque, right? And then two guys pulled up in a car and lit him up with machine guns.
Two Muslim guys tried to fucking bop. Dude, it all works together. So, but bottom line is that if you are some of these people, like if you're a fucking religious person and you're like, I don't understand why my Christian faith and my brothers and sisters are out there trying to march for hatred and exclusionary behavior. I don't understand why my Muslim brothers and sisters are out there marching against being inclusive and trying to accept people and who they love and why they want to love them. I'll tell you why. It's really simple. They believe all gay people should die. That's the truth. They believe that. They believe that gay people and being gay is a disease, and they believe it is a mental illness. That's what they believe, every single one of them, because they're stupid. And they follow a fucking 2,500-year-old propaganda manual written by a whole bunch of fucking losers. They are not scriptures. They are guides to being an asshole. It is a guide to pure fascism and fear, and it's fucking gambling on the afterlife. You get 72 virgins when you go to heaven? No, you don't. There is no heaven. You get to go to heaven and sit at the right hand of God when you die if you're a Christian? No, you don't. There's no such thing. You just die. Who knows where you go? Here's the great part. Nobody knows where you go because no one's come back and given a fucking firsthand account of it. It doesn't exist. So all of these people are doing all this shit based on an idea that lives in faith. You know what faith is? They're hating children, hating you, hurting their kids, abusing their kids. And the reason why they do it is in the name of their faith. And you know what faith is in the fucking dictionary? It is the belief that you have in something that you in no way or any shape can prove. That's what faith is. Yeah. So these people are doing all this stuff based on an idea that no one's ever seen, no one can prove, an afterlife that doesn't exist. And it's just pure hatred of their children who they want to continue to abuse, pure hatred of your children, pure hatred of the education system because they're uncomfortable and they're not smart. What did you want to get to about how you're going to save the world?
Well, I've done this before, and I like to repeat it every once in a while. So there's a 3-step plan to save mankind.
What is it?
Okay. And I don't think this is going to happen during my time here on this planet, but at some point, somebody's going to stumble along this podcast in 100 years from now and go, hey, maybe he was right. That's why I keep repeating it. Figure out who you are. That's the first step. Okay. All right. And I'm pretty good at that. And I think a lot of people are. I think there's a lot of people in the world that have trouble with that. And that's fine. That's the first step. Okay. 2, get comfortable with that person. You got to like who you are, right? That's the second plan, the part of this plan. All right. And then the third plan is stop fucking worrying about what everybody else is doing. Okay. I'm pretty good at 1. Okay at 2. I'm still working on 2, and 3. I have a lot of problems with because I employ that judgment piece a lot more than I'm comfortable with, and that's going to probably be an ongoing battle for the rest of my life. But I focus on those things, and I try not to let that plan get in the way of what other people are doing. I swear to God, I truly try to live that way, and that's why
that bleeds into what we're kind of talking about, though, right? Which is like how so many people are overly concerned with getting everybody else to live by their value system,
and you can't.
No,
stop.
Well, they'll never stop.
And
they're warriors.
The problem with the judgment piece is it happens all around us, and it happens every day, and we're all guilty of it, right?
Yeah.
And I see the hypocrisy, my own hypocrisy in it when we have a podcast about religion and I start shitting on people who are religious, right? Which falls, so I'm falling short on number 3. I am, right?
Well, I think we did a pretty good job separating like religious people who aren't total cucks with the extremists today. I think we did a pretty good job of that. There are some people who do believe in religion who are good people. There are a few. I actually have some relatives who are. I come from that family, and they've chilled right the fuck out when it comes to the extremist stuff, which is good. Happy to say it might have been my fault. Good for me. Good for them. Anyway,
Stacey brings up my I hate vegan shirts. Well, that is supposed to be for comedy, but she's got a good point. That is an excellent point.
Speaking of shirts,
that's where I'm falling.
Speaking of shirts,
that's where I'm slipping on that third plan.
Can I ask you about yours?
Okay, so I will tell you,
that is a shirt.
This is wood.
Yeah.
And this year in August was our 7th anniversary as a show. Okay. The Locker Room, that is. So Grant, Jimmy, and I do a show here in Edmonton that people, by the way, thanks largely to this podcast, listen to right across the country. I don't think there's a day that goes by that somebody doesn't ask if they can win a prize locally from Ontario. So that's awesome. I love the fact that we got a bunch of people listening. We ordered a bunch of lawn darts like 5-6 years ago, and they came from England, and we started doing this tournament, and it's turned into a very popular thing. We have no problem filling it. We have 32 teams every year, and I usually try to do a shirt. So I looked it up. I was like, what's the 5th anniversary? Because we were trying to come up with a shirt idea before August, before we did the lawn darts tournament, and it's wood. So the anniversary for 5 is you got to buy your wife or husband or something that's wood related. I'm like, oh my God, I'm putting wood on our shirts. So right where his dick would be, we got a lawn dart. Right?
Yeah, it's good.
And this is hands down one of my favorite memes of all time. It was if you don't know what this is, then you have normal, healthy relationships, and you shouldn't feel left out at all. Because I have 300 memes
you're a normal
and videos.
Human being.
I have 300 memes and pictures on my phone of this man.
Yeah.
And yes, and it was something that our friends group and text group would share on a regular basis, and I was sharing them with you guys.
Yeah, when we first got to know each other, like it'd be like 2:00 in the afternoon, and we were like, "Hey, excited to do a podcast? Don't know this guy that well," and he'd be like, "Yeah, I'm really excited. I'll send you some prep," and he'd send me a picture of wood. Because what we're not showing you on video, you can join us on crier.co. You can join us at Crier YouTube channel, Dean Blundell Show on YouTube as well, and you can see this. You can visualize this, listener. If you're just a listener, you can actually see these memes. And a meme is a picture of this gentleman sitting on the end of a bed, and the story of this man is incredible.
It is pretty incredible. Yeah,
it's fucking unbelievable. So this picture was taken. What you don't see is his enormous penis.
Barry, right?
Barry Wood is his name. Barry Wood had such a big penis. His friends were like, "Dude, you got to get into porn." And he's like, "Nah, can't do it." "Dude, you got to take a picture of that thing, put it online. You'll make millions." He's like, "Nah, can't do it." So just before he died, he did it.
He was broke. He wasn't making his mortgage payments.
No, he was out. He couldn't figure it out.
So he told his wife, he said, I got an opportunity. I can make a little bit of money in it, and it'll help us get by a couple of months. And he took, I don't know what it was. It was like 5 or 10 grand. And he went and he, that's one of my favorites.
Yeah. So the story of Wood, you can see this on the screen, right?
Yeah.
Obviously. True story of Barry Wood sitting on a bed meme. Everybody's seen it. Everybody's seen it.
So this was and he wasn't gay. He was married, but this was for a gay magazine.
Yeah.
He posed, and then he died in like
2020. No. Oh, no. It was
no, he died early. He died early.
Right.
2008, 2009.
2016. He passed away. So let's get to the story because this is interesting.
Yeah.
Peak of the 2020 pandemic. This is from Man of Many. No star shone brighter than all, and his name was Barry Wood. Images of the well-endowed Big Barry sitting on a bed went viral, and the hog was huge, friends. Quickly becoming part of the cultural vernacular. Who is the mysterious man? He's got an interesting with a massive dong. He was throughout the boom, Barry Wood's popularity, his identity was relatively hidden, but now it was thanks to a short-lived documentary on Vice. They know the story. His real name is Wardy G. Joubert, and he sadly passed away December 11, 2016. Because so many people developed an affection for Barry Wood as a meme, they started to like Wardy as a person as well. It says in the documentaries, it turns out he was a loving, church-going family man, dedicated community member, would hold fundraisers and help those in need. So weird, right? Because he's a family guy and a church dude. He's like maybe the most widely shared dick meme in the history of dick memes in the history of the world is him. And it sounds
his wife
crazy.
too, his late wife, the guy that did this piece, because what ended up happening was he was seeing all these, the guy that did the piece, I can't remember his name. He was seeing all these memes and he goes, there's got to be a story behind this. So he actually did a bunch of research, investigative research, and he tracked down the family and he went to the home and met with his wife, and the wife had no idea
that he was the biggest meme in the world.
She had no idea.
His dick was in billions of email accounts.
Exact, and he was the one that told her. I think there's actually a good story to this too, because there was a group of people that were like, "Oh man, this guy is being used like this." There was no copyright or anything like that. This guy's image is being used, and he never benefited from the photographs. Right? He got that one-time payment to do the that one. It kills me. You know that famous picture of the guys building the Empire State Building, and they're all sitting here having lunch on the. There's one with Wood sitting on it. People were so creative. There, like I said, I saw hundreds of them. So I think they did a GoFundMe for the family, and I think the family ended up getting some money. Yeah, 25 grand, 30 grand. Yeah,
30 grand. But the interesting part was, he did this for a gay magazine, and because he needed the money, and the money came, but it came 4 years after he died. And so his wife got the money. So, and to your point, his wife had no idea that he was the biggest meme on the internet. And
that's the rumor that when the guy that did the piece, the documentary that you're looking at, the Jeopardy one, I didn't see that.
Jeopardy one.
6,900.
More Barry Wood memes. I guess we got to go to the Barry Wood meme page. Oh yeah, there you go. It's got
there's door knockers.
Dude, there's a whole Instagram account dedicated to Barry Wood.
Oh, is there? Son of a bitch.
Yeah, you got.
I didn't know that.
It's the Wood account. Oh yeah,
I'm going to that right now. I'm signing up for that. Well, holy shit, that's funny.
Oh my god, this is unbelievable. So much more creative the more time's gone on. It's one of those memes that
I still get them every once in a while.
I know. I can't get
Barry tribute page. Is that what it's called?
Yeah. Barry tribute page. It is.
Shit.
It's fucking unbelievable.
I'm following that.
Have you seen this Putin? Have you seen the Putin one? It's on the screen. Have a look.
I just saw that one.
And listen, the hog is it's disconcertingly big.
It was it's like the size of my arm. I should take a picture. I should take a picture of this shirt and send it in. Maybe we'll sell some. You can buy this shirt, by the way, on the Locker Room merch page.
We should. I'm sure you can. How many have you sold? Because that's not offensive.
The Time Person of the Year. That's brilliant.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Yeah, it was so good. There was a lot of, they would just stick Wood's head in pictures that you wouldn't expect. And there was the ones that I liked weren't the more obvious ones. It was the really subtle ones, right? I've seen this one. This one's perfect, right? Where you have to really look at it. It's Jersey Shore, but there's Wood.
Yeah,
Like
there's
they
wood.
took the
Yeah, and they took the hog out. They didn't even do the hog portion of it. They didn't even try to. And, like it's when his head appears, I laugh even harder than when his wiener appears in a meme. I don't know what it is. Like, oh look at there's Wood's head in that thing. Barry Wood memes. Check it
There's
out.
one in
They're actually
Maryland. I
fucking
don't
hilarious.
see where. Oh, Wood is. If you look, Wood's the dimple.
His wiener or Wood himself is the
There were some that it took a while. No, it's the picture with the dick.
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, it is.
Oh my God. Here's a good one.
Let me see.
They got him in the mirror.
The rear view mirror, the side mirror.
Thank you for telling me about the page.
Oh yeah. Oh dude, you're gonna have fun for hours on the Barry Wood tribute page on IG. It's the wood pumpkin. Wood meme pumpkin. You know you're old, eh, when you're laughing that hard at those things. It's like super dad joke stuff. Really exciting stuff. Really exciting.
I'd make no apologies about being. I still get pictures sent to me on a fairly regular basis of Wood and in different memes, and I have a cheer every time. Every time one shows up on my phone, I'm like, yes,
a new one,
the new one, and I send it to everybody. I get so excited, Dean.
I know you do. You ever send one of those pictures to someone that didn't want one?
Yeah, my wife.
Yeah, she does.
There was one I thought she would find funny, and she just kept asking me. She just repeated over and over again in a different way. Why? And it was always why. And every time I tried to explain, it just got more and more awkward. She did not get the Wood memes, and I appreciate. Some people aren't going to get the Wood memes, right?
I don't get them.
Like Tamara Litch probably wouldn't get the Wood memes.
Tammy would probably love the Wood memes, especially if the Wood memes were real. Like if she could bring the Wood meme to life. You got another one? Oh yeah.
He's riding the bike in ET.
You're so fucking easy to please. It's unbelievable. It's amazing what makes you laugh. It amazes me what makes you laugh. Look at you. I feel like I'm sitting with my dad going through like really, really old joke books and stuff like that, where he's like, I remember that one. That's what I'd feel. Anyway,
so good.
Did some good work today.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Trans kids, and then
we needed to bounce back. I'm glad we had something to get out of that first half of the show with.
Wow, it's important to talk about. Both of these things are important to talk about.
I don't disagree.
Not many shows, not many podcasts can hop on with a couple of people, talk about trans rights, the religious institution and the religious complex, combative with different individuals, Muslim and Christian apologetics, and then right into Wood memes. The 24-inch hog. Not many people can do that. We did it. And I'm proud of it.
We did it successfully.
We did. And for 54 minutes.
With a very clumsy segue, but it was there.
Lachlan Cross, 957 Cruise FM in Edmonton. That's where you can find him at 957cruisefm.ca, I believe.
We can aim for Friday?
Yeah, we're on Friday. Friday, 4 o'clock.
Yeah. No, just follow me on Twitter, and I send links out to our Listen Live thing and everything every morning. So we do like a pre-show post. We got cameras in our room now, so we're having a lot of fun with that.
You were dressed like the doctor the other day. You were dressed up like a doctor.
Dr. Locke segment.
You're talking about like what you have to do to avoid like smoke inhalation in southern Alberta. Is that what you're doing?
Well, no, I was trying to tell people that what I was saying was I was telling people that they may have a headache, and it might not be their alcoholism. It may be the smoke we're living in, because the smoke has been pretty thick this summer, and we've had quite a few days. And I have, every once in a while, I have a low-grade headache. And I've had a couple of times where I've like, maybe there was and then I'm like, no, it wasn't the booze. It wasn't the booze. It's the smoke.
It's never not the booze. It's always
Listen.
Yeah. No, it is.
I'm telling you right now.
I'm not judging you. I'm just telling you
it was the smoke.
No, it's not.
The Dr. Locke segment, just so everybody's aware, is usually me trying to justify my drinking habit. I read a story the other day about, and they keep using this word moderation, which I'm against, but I read this article that suggested that beer, if you drink beer on a regular basis, it actually can help you fight depression. So I'm like, boom, that's a Dr. Locke segment. You need to drink in order to fight your possible anxiety and depression issues, right?
You know who put that?
It's good for your gut.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No,
Yes.
it isn't.
Yeah.
No.
Look it up.
Dude, I don't have to.
I can send you multiple articles.
Do you want me to send you an
surveys
article
and
that says,
studies?
Do you want me to send you an article
that prove
that
that
says
drinking's good
celebrities?
for you?
Do you want me to send you an article from some place online that says that they're eating children in the bottom of pizza parlors with Robert Kennedy and fucking Howard Stern? Do you want me to do that? I can send you that article right now.
Listen,
and then you can point to that as the truth too.
I choose to look at things the way I look at them. So when I find an article that supports my drinking problem, I like to pass that information along to the masses. It's my duty as a doctor.
Dr. Locke.
Dr. Locke. It says so on my scene card.
It's amazing. We all do the same thing, don't we? Like we Google things and we don't like the answer. We'll Google them with a different question just so we can get the answer we want.
It works.
I know. I know. That's why the pandemic lasted 3 fucking years. That's why people are marching all the time because they do that. Anyway, continue. Great to see you, Loc. At Loc and Cross on Twitter.
We're gonna aim for Friday.
Friday, 4:00. We'll see you then.
Okay, brother.
All right, bud. Loc and Cross. Wood memes. Whatever the fuck else we talked about. Anyway, have a great day, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow. Not tomorrow. We'll see you on Friday, where we will meet again at 4 p.m. right here. Make sure you give us a follow. Go to YouTube, Crier Media on YouTube, Dean Blundell Show on YouTube as well. Go to crier.co for all the information you need about every single person in this network. Over 120 podcasts now. Now, not only are we happy to service our podcast, we're happy to service yours. We've got a full service digital team as well. If you're looking for social media management, digital marketing, all you have to do is info@crier.ca. If you're looking to join a network, looking to monetize your podcast, it's crier.co. Super simple stuff. Info@crier.co. If you do content, if you do social media, and you would like to make money at it, get in touch with us. We'll call you back. I might not. Someone will. So go to crier.ca for more information. Also, thanks to our friends at CanTorque for making this possible. Canada's best torque wrench assembly experts. They assemble them. They create them. They engineer them for every heavy machinery industry in this country. And the beautiful part of CanTorque, they're right here in Canada, and they do everything in Canada out of Edmonton, Alberta, not Ontario. That doesn't exist. Got my provinces and cities mixed up. Everybody relax. Edmonton, Alberta. And if you need a torque wrench solution, a bolting solution, if you need a loosener and fastener solution, they're all the same thing. I'm just driving it home. These are the best guys in the world. They do it for heavy machinery industries, from nuclear to railroad to steel to forestry, around the world, and they're based in Canada. Torque wrench solutions, bolting and fastening solutions, made, fabricated, designed, maintained right here in Canada. Go to cantorque.com for more information. Talk to Colin. Again, cantorque.com. And thanks to our guys over at Gitch, Gitch. Yes, luxury boxer briefs, pouch in the front. You'll love them. We wear them all the time. The only place you can get them is edsfineimports.com, edsfineimports.com. And right now, if you use promo code GITCH3, you'll get yourself a free pair of underwear. I'm wearing mine right now. These were not free. However, I'm wearing the black ones today. And you'll love them too. Camouflage. You know what I'm saying? Just in case. But get the black ones. They got red. They got orange. I believe they've also got green, if I'm not mistaken. edsfineimports.com. GITCH3 is your promo code. The best luxury pouched underwear on the planet, made in Canada for Canadians. edsfineimports.com. GITCH3 is your promo code. Have a great day, everybody. Legit. I hope you spend it with people you enjoy. I hope if you went to any kind of function today that protested anything today, I hope you stop. It's moronic. Almost all protests are. Anyway, have a great day. See you Friday. Bye.